morning. Uh, yeah, we're just gonna gloss over the fact that I still don't know what a reasonable sleep schedule is and just get straight into the game. Yep. Maybe I should let the ad run first. Perhaps? Maybe I'll let the ad run first. But yeah, evidently I still don't know how to get up on time. So... But yeah, we are starting a new case today. Um... Yeah. But yeah, we're starting a new case today. I toggled. Yeah. I don't know what's gonna happen, but sorry. I have to reply to something. But whatever. I'll delay the ad. We're gonna just start the case. The return of the great departed soul.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Well, wait, like, doing a trial on a...
We're here at the showground of the great exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Okay. Doing a trial on a ghost, that's not this game. That's one of the other Ace Attorney games. But like the ghost isn't put on trial in that game though. But it is called as a witness.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world. Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine!
What? Sorry, this is an actual voiced cutscene, which is confusing me. A super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. What?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
It's a transporter, like a Star Trek transporter.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
This guy is dead. Yeah, no. No, whoever's going in here is dying. This guy is dead.
In but a few moments from now,
This guy is just
the
dead.
gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you! This one, yes, yes, yes! Woo! Yes, 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 yes! Please, that's not what I wanted!
Yeah, I think he died. The 22nd of October, 9:36 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Hold on. Okay. Let me make sure. No, I'm sorry, Iris. I'll listen now. Runo, are you listening? Sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? Today's paper. Excuse me. Today's paper. It's full of news about the great exhibition again. Yes, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. But you know, that teleporter did not work. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. Wah! When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention that before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't even notice your presence. Thanks. Here, I can make myself a little bigger. Real though, sometimes it'd be like that, just disassociate. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. For example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be therefore deduced that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes. I think I can see where this is going. My hair has always looked like this. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Ryunosuke's already taking strays. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together? I want to. Of course I do. But I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective, after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. events of 6 months ago, half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. You love big tomes and you can't lie? The other books can't deny? But yeah, if a book is too large, it's intimidating though. A little bit. At least to me. Specifically Lord Strongheart, at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. No, I understand the reference. Lord Strongheart. Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer that I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. The Great Exhibition. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art, and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Look down on? Do, do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. Oh, Ryunosuke, you fool. I can't understand it at all. He doesn't understand the mechanism behind how hot air balloons work. That's true. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday. Apparently, there was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
See here. See here. Every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
The Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered into the court record. And shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back of the paper? I don't know, let's look. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's all so positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go see it properly before too long. So many glowing reports about the exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked? That's Lord Von Zieks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Does Lord Von Zeeks have a sword there? And why is he standing with a very suspicious masked man? What? Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes?
You could say that, I suppose.
Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it?
Shh. Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strange, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually. The more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions.
You say that, do you, Mr. Sholmes?
Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way to the crime scene at once.
That was a deep sigh. It says in the paper that Lord Von Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible.
You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact.
Yes, Prosecutor Beric Von Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is not found guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short.
London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work.
Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. if a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels.
So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time?
He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time.
Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt?
My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here, it says... As to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then.
No, no! I can't wait until tomorrow!
In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know.
But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps?
Well, I must be leaving now.
Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes.
Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow.
What?
You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time.
The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I am wondering where you're going.
Ah ha ha ha! Well, then, see you later, indeed.
Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out the door. All right, Runo. Let's get going. Oh, Iris. What are you wearing? I've got changed for the great exhibition. You're going to take me. Her outfit is really cute. I just don't know how I feel about her flight cap. Her Mickey Mouse flight cap. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh. Oh. Well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. She's threatening me at gunpoint. Alright, fine. Just, lower that weapon, would you? Of course. And after the Supreme Court, Then we'll go to see the great exhibition. Bum, bum. Bum. Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle. Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. The theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see. Especially if it's cut with a rounded top. Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it? Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been found. Oh. So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case. A proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh? Lord Chief Justice's office. Alright, Iris, let's go. Let's go see the scary guy. "22nd of October, British Supreme Court, London Chief Justice's office." It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Wait, so does she just come here to browse Lord Strongheart's private library in his office? Of course, I was forgetting you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan.
Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well.
Let's see. Since you've arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than to stand around and stare into space.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him after all. Mail Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer in court again. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Runo, just take a deep breath and come out with it. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Cosma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course, please tell me more. You described it as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware of the serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care. Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage, and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Osman, an investor and well-known figure in society.
A large explosion. A man died.
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain.
I don't know if I would trust. I don't know if that's a trustworthy name.
He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder.
What murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him in prison. There is very little time for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder. I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still. We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with the German professor, don't you think? Definitely.
Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, with Lord Von Zeeks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Ah.
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, is it not?
Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear. That's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming.
Ah!
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments, 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By the way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What? 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 Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. I was... And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course.
Ryunosuke literally died.
Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this?
The report of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, 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 not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Von Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well, if it interests you.
It does, strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Von Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Von Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money.
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Osman, Mr. Odie Osman.
Did you say Osman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Von Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Von Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he is actually the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
I have Lord Von Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtrooms following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Von Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fit it.
11 hours and 16 minutes late? See, chat, I'm not that late. Wait, what? Isn't it like morning? Wait. Did he have an engagement in the... What? Wait, what time was this appointment for? He's 11 hours and 16 minutes late. 11 hours late. That's quite something.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Von Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right, I'll go ask him about the attack in person. I want to get it straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. New location's been added. Prosecutor's office. 22nd of October. Prosecutor's office. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yes, it appears so. It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still. I hadn't noticed their presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? That was him. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I can't get it. 1 second. I need more water.
I I am.
So, who's the person over the wall being punished for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He's very he's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on... Don't call... Sorry. Don't call him the Reaper to his face. That's so mean. Are you referring to the attack on yourself that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper. I'd be very interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
Look, Lord Van Seeks, I got my lawyer privileges back. I know you've seen this around my arm before, but...
What is it exactly?
It's the mark of a defense lawyer. In Japan, at least.
And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor?
Oh, well, I don't know, really.
I can understand, at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh.
But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times. Not something to flaunt.
No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
True. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Asmon.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor but his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmund died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no. That does seem a bit far-fetched. If the man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert. Albert Hairbrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
You're... What? I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That is all.
So you were students together?
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since our university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? Yeah, I knew that was coming. But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends. It's true.
Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Von Zeke's thinking? What did you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor, and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Also, he's still alive. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard working now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since the people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh,
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Lord Von Zeeks. Look at all that. Look at that fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. He has so many glasses. And we know exactly why he has so many.
My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet, you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes.
Oh.
Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile.
So, it's my fault. Silly me. How could I have ever thought otherwise? Lord Von Zeek's desk. Look. It's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Von Zeeks sometime to a bout of shogi problems. If you really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Ooh, look! It's a scale model of the exhibition showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. No, he was using it to... Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket? No, he's probably using it to model the crime scene.
Surely, it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved.
I really didn't think you'd overhear that. Wait, are there bats in his office? That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Von Zeke's facial features. It's probably his father or something. Yes, you're right. It's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait. That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious.
Oh, then who is it? I'd guess his father or something. Ah, they were bats. Yes, the Reapers, familiars, I expect. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber. Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in the court are lying inside them dead, do you?
What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves into my office to talk nonsense within my earshot.
It really looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. Well, I've investigated Lord Von Zeke's office enough. Let's go talk to our new client. 22nd of October, local prison cell 11. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Oh, Professor Albert Harebrain, was it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? What was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't. Yesterday's demonstration. That demonstration was. That magnificent demonstration was. It was an out and out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure. But at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded, and Mr. This is Ryunosuke talking. The machine exploded, and Mr. Asman, in fact, perished. Yes, I can't deny that a part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that I wish to be punished. At once. But murder? Never in a million years. It wasn't a, it just was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes. It's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as a murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no. The devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see? That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it! Dare to dream of such incredible technology! Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach. So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word. That's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it. Yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Ashman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, we need the engineer. We need to talk to the engineer. How could this have happened? You must feel awful, as well as a man losing his life in the Crystal Tower. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. So wait, did the machine explode on the other end as well? Because surely there's a receptor. I don't know if I have anything else to talk about with this guy. Did I miss Lord Von Zeeks talking about something? Lord Von Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him.
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley, then, Bruno. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. Ah,
The task is complete. Good. In that case, can you collate all the briefs?
Nice to meet you. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter.
Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh no, I mean... Sorry, I didn't mean to... The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be.
Ah, yes. There's been something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man. Is he faring well?
Sorry.
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago? With the stoop, the mustache, and the jitters?
Oh, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you, in fact. I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books. A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Harebrain. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Von Zieks, I think. I see, so Iris's comments give us a hint of where to go. I understand Lord Von Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days? Ah, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Beric Von Zieks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runa. As I said, an unassuming, extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all of its greatest aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make sure I've absolutely understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Believe in my hypothesis. Science is the pursuit of truth. You know, I've always believed in that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all of my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. When I went to live in Germany, after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me in court tomorrow. Alright, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry. Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. The experimentation stage. October 22nd, the Great Exhibition Grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage, where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. What? Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go refill my water and then we'll get into this. Sorry. I'll be back in a minute. And then we'll get into this. Be right back. Hello. Sorry, I'm slow. Alright. Now to get into... Why is Gina here?
Right. I'm right it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh, yeah. Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, and you know it. Wait, I know those voices.
You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it. I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo! Grexy, what are you doing up there?
Ah. Ah! It's you! You're here! You're here! Your ladyship? How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go and have a word right once for you, your ladyship. You'll be flying high as the kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
You watch it, sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me. That's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? A measly 5 bob. That all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naraodo. What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you all for the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Oda? Diver. Pickpocket. What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. You'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. But what it's worth anyway, investigating is off the cards for all us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Alright. Well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea of change. Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police force rounded up. All the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how I come at... Wait, what? Okay, sorry. Her lines are a little bit tricky to read sometimes. So anyway, that's how come I had a go to the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? And just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So, the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes for digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a bit of mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Runo? What? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still. Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Core, you don't have to worry, Otto. Odo. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsue in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper's more discerning than I thought. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Core. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry. You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smoothly, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want. Sorry. I messed that up. So, all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this. I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was. How could it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower, over there. What? In the tower? You can see it for yourself, can't ya? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air, or whatever, and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kinda work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah. Go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes. I didn't actually give that to you, now did I? The experiment sketch has been entered into the court record. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
For what it's worth, anyway, investigating's off the cards for all us.
Yes. Naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right. That. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigation? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. But why? What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, ain't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before. From down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Well, where the machine that exploded is? We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't even imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners must be very patient people. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree there. And dropped or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. The mysterious contraption has been entered into the court record. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look, almost as if there was a fire here. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too. Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Runo. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London for a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements. Yes, well... This thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secure the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed. There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. 22nd of October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation Stage. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course. Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. Ah. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off of the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. it's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Ah, look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. Really, he just looks confused to me. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air? Yes, beamed, not blasted. That's the point. Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo. I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis, the way you flew over here just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship.
Sorry.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff was really is wonderful.
Just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine this scene.
Ha. No. Listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runa? She really knows how to get what she wants. Sorry, just seeing what kind of things I can click on. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Hairbrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I would say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself. You hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people the way that like the professor claims?
He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer the question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly. The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh, yes. There's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. Is it? Oh yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. But, Gregsy, I am very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
He's gone off with it. That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Runo. I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd especially written. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well, that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chanmage top knot I could introduce you to. A Chanmage? Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. He doesn't know. Ryunosuke doesn't know. What is that gigantic thing over there? It's like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning, but it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Bruno. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower, where they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So those are people carrying balloons? Dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari handballs. Oh, it does look like that. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo. Please? If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well. In that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Uh... Well... Okay, Gregson is still here. We gotta talk to him. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop, or they can be the first to...
Sorry, I can't read.
If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Yes, I suppose that's true in a way.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new Highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
Ah, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are some sort of brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team.
Any old fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just cause it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch things here?
Are you having at me, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yeah. I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship, I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition and it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think about it, all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of these inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but remember the Force has to be present for every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science. That's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You shouldn't think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
The scientists are getting funding.
Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile and politely welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science. Hang it.
Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain specially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Von Zieks.
What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zieks managed the prosecution, then as he accused, the professor's fate is...
Sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another.
Blimey. That man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh, yes. But Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes. Right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Varric Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies the charge.
Well, we've done some very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached... is that Lord Von Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrained mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Von Zeeks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind.
You what?
He said it was after they both graduated that something happened to change him. Do you have any idea what that was?
No clue.
Really?
Look. I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself somewhere else, eh?
Yeah, let's look at this. This is a crossbow. This is like a crossbow without a stock. Why is there a crossbow here? Yeah, this can't be anything but a crossbow. As a detective, what do you make of this?
Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings. So there's every chance that that's totally irrelevant.
It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Sorry. Let's see. Can we go up in a balloon? It seems relevant. I want to go back down the stairs, please. Inspector, have you read this paper?
Yeah. 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked.
I know. Terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late up and got a roasting from the super.
Some mornings are like that, aren't they? I don't think there's anything else for me up here. But I also don't know how to go back down. Oh yeah, because we have... That's where the Cove ended up. After his instant kinesis or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success. What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know really. Didn't you help erect the scaffold then? Nah. Lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition, keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Gina, would you take a look at... Oh, where did it go? Looking for this, Otto. Odo, when did you do that? I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back firstly, please. No, she doesn't have anything for me. What am I missing? Oh, there's specifically... Oh, look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think. With some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. Runo. Reno, listen. What? What is it? I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no clue where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here. This is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket. Madam Two Spells. Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you'd like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo. Madam Two Spells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened. And when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Okay, I think I actually got everything now. "22nd of October. Madame Two Spells, Museum of Waxworks." What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines. Ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked? Wax models? I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called what? Wait, how do I actually say what is Adipocre? That's what I'll go with. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, Adipocre doesn't form readily, you know. It's only in very specific... What now? I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about a strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh no. I must be seeing things. We're gonna ignore that. These models are so well made. I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, when all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Okay, we'll get to that after. Nothing particular of note. Is this some infamous murderer? Yes. Called Jane the Ripper. And all her victims were young women. I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer. Well, yes. What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about a bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. Is this an example of Western Tsuchikiri? I don't know what that is. You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword. I still don't know. No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Doing that tsuchikiri you mentioned. Well, I do have a sword, but I've no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong? No, it's just that in Japanese we have totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that. We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just depths. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started. I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Runo. You can kick this Hurley, and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing.
My dear fellow, I take exception at your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've just seen something truly abhorrent.
Mr. Sholmes, I knew it. Iris.
Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo.
Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
And that kick. Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Runo has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored, too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my successes has been built, would have turned to wax.
Thank goodness we arrived in time.
Indeed, in many ways the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley. You do like to talk nonsense, don't you? He could know something, it's true. About Lord Von Zeeks. About what happened in the past to change him.
Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you are in luck. I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing.
Oh, well, actually, I'm quite in a hurry.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Moreover, I have a strong suspicion it's related to the matter about which you've come to me now.
But how could it be?
We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work.
What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? I'm doing well. How about yourself? Runo, stop scaring me. Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! Okay, let's read this. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh, yes. That's the famous Two Spells special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Let me think about that for a moment. It was only a suggestion. These models are so well made I can't tell what's waxwork and what's real human. That's how Hurley gets away with making himself a temporary exhibit for the day. Maybe there are other people posing as exhibits in here then. Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time... Oh no, she said this already. Okay, well... We're starting our investigation. Or, well, we're investigating, sort of, a crime. We really don't have much to go on. So I think a lot of this is going to be revealed when we get to the trial next time. But now we gotta try to talk to Sholmes. What is this place?
Madame Two Spells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London.
There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they?
The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine.
That sounds grim.
The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. At, at the... That really turns my stomach.
That's just one of several legends about the Chispels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some large margin, is this House of Horrors. Horrors.
Pronunciation's bad. House of Horrors.
Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Wahahaha!
Have you heard of poor taste?
My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked.
So, the hideous exhibits in here are... They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop?
Anyway, I advise you to not think too deeply about what you see here.
Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Jones?
Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act.
Catching them?
Every half hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. A photograph with us.
Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers? But why, Mr. Jones?
My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money.
He really roared at me there. Very fitting of the House of Horrors.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley. I am so hungry. Sorry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's he threatening to rope me into now?
So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
Back to being waxwork again. Is it just me, or does his final remark there sound like a lot like a curse?
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Von Zeeks.
Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Von Zeeks. About Professor Harebrain. Sorry, just needed a second. And about this strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Von Zeeks such a different person. I have hiccups. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes. He's suddenly clammed up.
Well, it seems we have reached the unavoidable.
Greetings. Oh. Hello. Where did she appear from? Okay, I'm gonna... While the ad is running, I need a second. Sorry. uh, I'll be back in a moment. Mm. Okay, I'm fine now. I think I drank too much water too fast or something. Okay, let me...
Greetings.
Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious?
I hope you are appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my museum of waxwork.
You're the Madame Two Spells.
Bien sûr.
I don't know how to... French is hard.
Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madam in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
Oh my god. Is that a cauldron of boiling wax? Oh god. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Von Zieks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all of these waxworks, Madame Two Spells?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans. You know.
Gosh.
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though it is the when...
Sorry. Gotta take a deep breath so I can read this.
No, that is when she acquired the savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire?
Savoir-faire. That leads to the astonishing lifelikeness.
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks here were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths.
I like her.
My exhibitions are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Sorry. I can't quite make it through. My voice is wavering. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry.
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry. Perhaps I should have eased you into things. What's the situation with that?
My temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Sorry.
With a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal?
My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to an agreement with him. Of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his service.
For a mere for a mere 500 pounds, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect.
Mr. Holmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not. But he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by this morning. Or words to that effect.
It's the pawnbroker. That's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Bien sûr.
I'm just curious if anything is going on in the museum at the moment. Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared.
A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade.
Ah. There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Tussauds, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem that we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you to not involve the police. Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I prefer. No, I insist on payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name. Shall we? Shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the True Spells. That is the True Spells special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. Horrors. It must depict a special killer, then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah. Absolutum.
Wait, what?
Absolumen non. Absolument nont. None. There is nothing behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only as a soupçon. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The True Spells special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor.
Well, then perhaps, Mr. Jones. The man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself?
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact.
What?
As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspel, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1, Waxworks Fate.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves, what exactly is afoot here in the museum? The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all my own money.
So what does the large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds.
No. No.
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? he rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork, for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying.
No, that seems reasonable.
But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
Sold for cash. Waxwork location.
And the question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need to observe his neckerchief, such as is worn by a policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork. The obvious price tag. Threepence. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks, riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to that portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police, and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave, in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon.
Discovered already.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction, of this horrifying puzzle. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the notorious Naruhodo. 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow.
According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it?
The killer policeman, Ottermole.
Sorry?
It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out that the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be?
Indeed. It is a particularly grim fate, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious continence only too well.
But is 200 pounds really a lot of money for a wax model?
It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts it in perspective.
So it's quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you would like to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, 200 pounds.
That is all my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh. She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it. What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yes. Let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. What? This is... It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note.
Quite so. And we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness. Abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee. Yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance. So I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented.
Who is the portly gentleman stretched out peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course... So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who the man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty... I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much is clear. But in that case, what is Madame Tuspel trying to hide? Let's have a closer look. What? This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it? Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean it's made of wax?
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Wait, what is this little mouse on Ryunosuke's shoulder? It's so cute.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you?
The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that in fact it's a left hand.
And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah.
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm...
Yes. This gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake.
Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach that man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back.
And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later. But for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped.
Kidnapped.
And the question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that has changed hands?
Let's consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What strikes me is the young man over there. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. that Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets isn't any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man correctly. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. Ah, well that settles it then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off, from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties into what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stuff.
No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that, I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model.
I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be?
And it was the detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. Been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. And he hasn't moved almost as if he was wax.
But you.
Your action only confirms my suspicion. He's got a threepence price tag. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So, this is the special killer taken from the exhibit. The waxwork was somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole, really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Look at this. The old man's tapping his foot like crazy. He seems to be fast asleep, though. He's not tapping his foot continuously, then. So you mean... It must be a twitch. Never mind that. The point is waxworks don't tap their feet. Or twitch. Look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like this somewhere else around here, haven't we? I don't believe it. It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Wait, did Iris say that? Whatever. Yes, it's a slightly strange color. Choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed. Ah, he must be a detective disguised as a policeman. Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman. He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris.
Take that!
The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch.
Even the most realistic waxwork do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard.
Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then.
And there you have it. Well, Madame Tusvel?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He clearly is fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag showing the price of 3 pence?
No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show there's some criminal activity. Of course. Because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So, it would seem we have finally arrived at the truth.
The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Still a mystery. Deduction complete. Elementary. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they just drop in for a short time, on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway, your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is that the waxwork from the special display if it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel. But as you wish.
Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here.
It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed.
And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So, this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose.
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete.
Sorry? The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago?
Yes, at exactly the time that Berg von Zieks graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying. So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case.
Who was the Professor then?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he is immortalized here in wax, for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present, on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord von Zieks?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... Wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh, gosh.
It was the fifth victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks.
No. I don't believe it. Von Zieks.
I'm sure you can piece together the rest yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Beric pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Von Zieks had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter for the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Wait, is that... Oh, Harebrained. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Merrick.
It's been 10 years. And here we are, meeting in a prison cell of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asmon. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Beric, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Beric.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
Yeah, I figured that's why he would take the case. Because if his friend's on trial, would he really want to leave it up to another prosecutor? Van Zieks has already proven he's completely fine to kind of help us get to the truth of matters. But yeah. Anyway, that's a lot. That's a lot to process. And we don't even know, like, anything about the actual case we're going into trial for next time. But yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody for hanging around and watching. I hope you all have a good rest of your day and or evening. And I need to go eat something. So, I will see you around. Bye bye.